It's a chilly night from Fenway Park. Lots of wind as we get ready for Game 3 of the series and the last game of the homestand. It's Yankees and Red Sox from Fenway Park. Welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo along with Jerry Remy. Welcome to Red Sox baseball. Well, the Red Sox with a welcome sight tonight as Shane Victorino returns to man right field for Boston.
Well, the Red Sox getting pieces of the puzzle back, and the first piece, of course, is Shane Victorino tonight returning to the Red Sox lineup. And what a year he had last year. We all know what he did in the postseason for the Red Sox, but during the regular season, the .294 batting average, you see the 21 steals, 61 RBIs. This guy's a catalyst offensively, and tonight he'll be hitting out of the number 2 hole in the lineup. And he's a Gold Glove right fielder, and the Red Sox desperately need that right now. So we don't know how effective Victorino is going to be at the start because he hasn't had a lot of playing time since the end of spring training. But just to have him back here in a Red Sox uniform at Fenway Park is a big boost for the Boston Red Sox.
Well, the Red Sox tonight are looking to take 2 out of 3 from the New York Yankees, and tonight they'll hand the baseball to lefty Felix Doubront. He's 1-2 with a 5.48 earned run average, and lifetime against New York, he's 3-3. We're back with more from Fenway Park right after this. Three-game series between the Yankees and the Red Sox. Welcome back inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. Well, Shane Victorino is back for the Red Sox tonight and batting second in the Red Sox order. A welcome sight and certainly a big piece of last year's team. And, boy, the Red Sox needed from an offensive standpoint. As far as the outfield has gone, it's been a slow start for the outfielders who filled in. Left field, 200 average so far for the Red Sox, 225 in center, and right fielders hitting at just 205. Now they started to get back one of the key guys, a Gold Glove Award winner last year. We look at the 209 combined outfield average for all of them. With more, the third member of our broadcast team, Gary Streisky.
Yeah, Don, it's the much-anticipated return of the Flying Hawaiian making his start today in right field, batting second there. But let's not expect heroics from Victorino. He was pretty quick to let us know, hey, guys, listen, it's good to be back. I'm going to provide some energy, hopefully provide some spark in the top third of that lineup. But listen, I'm just one of 9 guys on the field, all collectively trying to get that win. Of course, he's going to try to do big things, but he doesn't want to feel the pressure is all on his shoulders, as he said in our Geico quote of the day.
Somebody said the other day, do you feel like the weight of the shoulders on your team? No, not at all. I think that if you come back with that attitude that, the game is hard enough as it is. I want to go out there, I'm going to try to do what I do, whether it be put down a bunt, make a play on defense, try to steal a base, score a run, whatever aspect it may be. Hopefully that generates energy and generates runs. And, anytime you win, it's always good.
Well, the Red Sox are so glad to have him back. Tonight, the Red Sox and Yankees wrap up their series, and it's coming your way next. Boston Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, your New England Honda dealers, Dunkin' Donuts, Toyota's website for deals via Toyota.com, Brian's Coffee Pouches, and by the new Scion TC. It is clear but cool here in Boston tonight. Lots of wind as the Red Sox and the New York Yankees wrap up this three-game series. The return of Shane Victorino. And with more, here's Gary Streisky.
Don, I think this pretty much sums it up. Earlier today, John Farrell saying it's almost like waking up on Christmas Day, waking up earlier today, knowing that Shane Victorino, the Gold Glover, was going to be back in the lineup tonight. As far as Victorino and his stint down in Pawtucket, throw all those numbers that he was struggling with at the play out the window, only focused on today's return. I talked to Jackie Bradley Jr. as far as getting one step closer to solidifying that lockdown defense, and he said that's exactly what it is. Victorino's back. JBJ obviously holding down center field. It's just a matter of time, guys, before they develop that continuity.
Well, it's certainly great to have Shane Victorino back, Gold Glove Award winner from a year ago, and Victorino finally ready to go. Really had not much of his spring training at all, was shut down the last week of March, and after the rehab stint with the Pawtucket Red Sox, he is here tonight, and sure, I think much quicker than I think we anticipated. Thought he might get 40, 45 at-bats. Wasn't the case.
No, I think they pretty much left it in Shane's hands. You know, when he felt that he was ready to come back, he was probably given the permission to make the call, and he made the call that it was tonight against the Yankees and before the Red Sox head out on a three-game road trip to Toronto. So what he brings up obviously is great defense to right field. That's going to happen immediately. And as far as the at-bats go, that may take some time because he has been out of the lineup for such a long period of time. Did not get a lot of at-bats at the rehab level in AAA. But you know, you never know how this game goes. Sometimes you get up here in the action where the lights are bright and things start to happen quickly for you.
Well, certainly hoping that happens for Shane Victorino. Of course, last night, everybody talking about the pine tar situation from last night's game, and a suspension has been handed down by Major League Baseball today as Michael Pineda receives a 10-game suspension today. We talked a great deal about it last night, Jerry. It's not automatic in the rule book. It is the National Association which kind of governs the minor leagues, and it is not pertain to major leagues. It's up to Major League Baseball what they wanted to do, and they decided to go with 10 games. And you know, I guess that's really 2 starts, technically about right.
Yeah, I think we talked about it last night where it'd be somewhere between 8 to 10 games, and I think because it was so blatant, that's the reason they went with the 10-game suspension for Pineda. But you know, as we said last night, it's something all pitchers do. It's just not been so blatant with him in the 2 starts he had against the Red Sox, one at Yankee Stadium and one here.
Well, the Red Sox have taken the field tonight, so let's check out the visiting New York Yankees starting 9. Jacoby Ellsbury leading it off in center field. Derek Jeter is at shortstop batting second with Carlos Beltran in right field. Alfonso Soriano is the DH in the cleanup spot with Mark Teixeira at first base. Brian McCann does the catching batting 6th. Brett Gardner in left field with Brian Roberts at second base batting 8th. And Jan Hervis Solarte back at third base after having last night off. Tonight's Red Sox starting pitcher is presented by your New England Audi dealers. Experience the all-new 2015 Audi A3 today. Felix Dubron on the mound, his 5th start of the year, 1-2 with a 5.48 earned run average. He's logged 21 1/3 innings, and opponents hitting at .282 against Dubron. Lifetime against the Yankees, he is 3-3, but did lose in his first outing of this year against New York, went 6 2/3 and gave up 3 runs.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. They are now 6th in the American League with 14 errors in 22 games. Brock Holt will be at third base, Xander Bogaerts the shortstop, Dustin Pedroia at second, and Mike Napoli the first baseman left to right. Johnny Gomes, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Shane Victorino, and David Ross doing the catching tonight for Felix Dubron.
Umpiring crew, Phil Cuzzi has got the plate tonight, calling the balls and strikes with Brian Knight at first base, Quinn Walcott at second base, and the crew chief, Jerry Davis, at third base. This game is available in Spanish. The SAP function is brought to you by the new Captain Morgan White Run.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Well, clear skies above here at Fenway Park. Lights are on, 54 degrees. A breeze out to right at 22 miles per hour. And gusty winds scheduled for the rest of the evening. We've had them all day, and they'll be with us all night, apparently, as the Red Sox and Yankees wrap up this series. Yankees will be headed home after the ball game tonight, while the Red Sox will be heading north of the border and to Toronto to begin a 3-game weekend series with John Farrell's former team, the Blue Jays. Now Jacoby Ellsbury coming up here for New York. Ellsbury off to a .325 start with his new team. No homers and 8 runs batted in. He was 0 for 4 in the ball game last night, after going 2 for 5 in the first game, including a triple of the series. 7-year contract with the New York Yankees, extends through 2020 with a club option for 2021. DeBron ready with the first pitch of the ball game, and it's inside for ball 1. We're underway. 5th start of the year for Felix DeBron. Trying to follow up on what a terrific job John Lackey did in last night's game. Swing and a miss, and it's a ball and a strike.
One thing DeBron did in his last outing against the Baltimore Orioles, he worked from ahead in the count. Nothing different with his mechanics, just worked ahead in the count and had great success. 6 2/3, 2 earned runs given up.
Back-to-back outings of 6 2/3. The loss to New York was also 6 2/3. He threw 101 pitches against New York and 107 pitches last time out against Baltimore. Foul back, and it's 2-2.
Ellsbury that time chasing a fastball up about letter high to even the count at 2-2. DeBron going upstairs with the fastball and foul straight back by Jacoby.
Strike 3 call. Ellsbury takes it, and a good start for Felix DeBron.
Well, that time DeBron brings it down about 6 inches, and Ellsbury just looks at it. Last time out, Felix had 7 strikeouts. That was a season high for him against the Orioles. Picks up his first of the night.
1 down in the first inning for Derek Jeter, captain of the Yankees in his last season, hitting at .279. No homers and 4 runs batted in. Jeter was 0 for 4 in last night's game. Snapped his 11-game hitting streak. Hit at .326 during the 11-gamer. Ranks 8th on baseball's all-time list with 3,333 hits. Next up, Carl Yastrzemski, 3,419. 1-0 chop back to the mound. DeBron comes down with it. He'll flip underhanded for out number 2.
Nice timing by DeBron that time, waiting out that big high bounce, jumping at the right time and keeping it out of center field, and he almost ran the ball all the way to first base. DeBron with about good 6-7 steps before he gave the underhand flip to Mike Napoli for the out.
2 down here in the first inning. Carlos Beltran, the batter. And a pop-up foul off to the right, out of play. Beltran 2 for 4 in last night's game. He's 6 for his last 13. And a home run and 3 runs batted in the first game of the series. Last year hit .296 in his final season in St. Louis. Let's take a look at our Chevy key player. It is Carlos Beltran. This season against the Red Sox, a .417 average. 3 homers and 6 runs batted in. Line on a hop, kicks off of Bogaerts. That hurt, and it kicks to center field. Xander Bogaerts, and a ball that explodes on him. Tough to tell where it got him, but it kicked out to center, and they'll come out and check on Bogaerts.
Yeah, it might have got him in the throwing hand, the right hand. as they'll go out and take a look at Bogaerts. Looks like he is looking at his right hand or or the fingers on his right hand, as that ball just took a hop that where he had his hand almost in the pocket of his glove, and I think that's the reason it hit him.
Xander stays in the game here. Looks like maybe that thumb, the way that he is grabbing it.
He's trying to be defensive there. You know, he's trying to block the ball, it looked like, because it took kind of a big hop on him. The ball just exploded on him, and you could see him protecting himself right there, but he had his hand in the pocket of the glove, and that's exactly where the baseball hit.
So they charge Bogaerts with an error on the play. Beltran reaches, and Soriano gets a chance as he takes ball one. .273 average for Soriano, 4 homers, 8 runs batted in. Still shaking that hand, and shortstop for Bogaerts. 1-0 is headed towards the gap in right center field. This is trouble. It is back and will one hop the wall. Beltran being waved around. As into second base with an RBI double goes Soriano, and the Yankees take a 1-0 lead. So a 2-out error and then an RBI double for Soriano puts the Yankees on top 1-0.
Now Soriano's a guy that's had very good success against Dubron. .375 with a couple of home runs coming into the game, and he catches that gap in right center field. Now if the ball bounces into the bullpen, it would have been a second and third. Instead, it stays in the ballpark and a run scores for the Yankees. Beltran coming around, giving the Yankees a 1-0 lead.
It's up to 8 games now in the hitting streak for Soriano as Mark Teixeira checks in from the right side against the lefty Dubron. There are the numbers in the 8-game hitting streak for Soriano. And his double has put New York on top 1-0. 1-0 is down low. 2-0. Well, the Red Sox are in New York. Teixeira was on the DL. Reinstated on Sunday. 0 for 4 in the ball game last night and struck out 4 times in the game. He is 3 for 14 since returning to the Yankees. This one gets away. Looks like the umpire knocked his mask off and kicks back, and to third base goes Soriano.
I think David Ross might have got crossed up that time by Dubron, because that was just a straight fastball that got over the head very quickly of Ross and hit the umpire Phil Cuzzy's mask and knocked it right off. It's almost like Ross was expecting something other than the fastball that time, some type of breaking ball, and it got the fastball, and it was quickly right by him.
So Soriano now 90 feet away, and it's Teixeira with a chance here to give the Yankees another run. He's ahead in the count, 3-0. Yeah, that's ball 4. Teixeira down to first base. First walk given up by Felix Dubron. So first and third, 2 down, a run in, and Brian McCann coming up. McCann 1 for 4 in last night's game and totes a .261 average. 3 homers and 9 runs batted in. Last year hit .256 in 102 games in his last year in Atlanta. As he takes strike 1. He's the only catcher in the big leagues with at least 20 home runs in each of the last 6 seasons, beginning in 2008. Spins him out of the box. A ball and a strike.
Red Sox have the shift on in the infield as they've had all season long against McCann, whether it be a right-handed pitcher or a left-handed pitcher.
To center field, Jackie Bradley Jr. is there, and he makes the catch that ends the inning. A run for the Yankees. The Red Sox are coming up from the fence. Sox. Boston coming to bat here in the bottom of the first inning, and it is CC Sabathia. As his number is brought to you by Nissan. Sabathia's fifth start of the year, 2-2 with a 5.19 earned run average, 27 strikeouts to 5 walks, and opponents hitting at .269 against him. He lost against Boston when the Red Sox were in New York April the 11th. 7 innings, 4 runs. Sabathia deals and misses for ball 1.
Excuse me, Don. When you look at his numbers, it's very strange. Sabathia against the Red Sox, 10-12 in his career, and since being with the Yankees, he is 8-8 with a 5.04 ERA.
We talked about it earlier. The velocity is an issue. That is back-to-back fastballs at 86 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's to start the game off. Last time we had him in New York, it was about 89 to 90.
Not what we're used to seeing from CC Sabathia, but he has still been effective despite the lack of velocity, as it's fouled off to the right. On the Sunday, there's a new pregame show in town, Nesson Clubhouse, where kids run the show. What's inside of baseball? Who works behind the green monster? What tip does Xander Bogaerts have for playing shortstop? Don't miss the Nesson Clubhouse premiere. It is Sunday at 11:30 a.m. 1-2 pitch to Dustin Pedroia. On the ground, left side, Jeter from deep short. His throw is in time, and Pedroia is retired. It's time to check out the Red Sox starting lineup. It is brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it. Dustin Pedroia at second base with Shane Victorino in right field. David Ortiz at DH bats third with Mike Napoli at first base. Johnny Gomes in left field with Xander Bogaerts at shortstop. Brock Holt at third base bats seventh. David Ross doing the catching tonight bats eighth. And Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field bats ninth. Well, certainly glad to have Shane Victorino back, as Victorino returns to the Red Sox tonight. First at bat of 2014 for Victorino. He'll take strike one from Sabathia. Last year, 294 in 122 games for Boston. Went 1 for 11 in 3 rehab games with the Pawtucket Red Sox. And the interesting part, Jerry, was that he batted both from the left side and the right side while rehabbing with the Paw Sox.
You just don't know what he's going to do, right? I mean, we know he's going to bat right-handed against Sabathia, but when a right-hander is on the mound, you have no idea what Shane's going to do.
Batted left-handed 6 times, right-handed 5 times while with Pawtucket. And a swing and a miss. Quick at bat there. Sabathia strikes him out. 2 down.
A change-up that time from Sabathia at 83 miles an hour to pick up the strikeout on Victorino. Is that change-up working down and away? So a very quick at bat for Shane in his first of the season.
2 down for David Ortiz. David 2 for 7 in the series against New York. Overall 259. 4 homers and 11 runs batted in. Shift on here against David Ortiz as Brian Roberts in short right field. Strike called on that pitch. David seems surprised.
Yeah, he thought this pitch was down and away, and it certainly looked that way on our Amica pitch zone. But Ortiz quickly down in the count, no balls and 2 strikes.
Ortiz defensively fouling it off.
Picking up a little velocity there. 88 on the last fastball as we look at David's 5-game hitting streak. 7 for 18. A couple home runs during that 5-gamer.
And Ortiz gets hit with a pitch inside. Fastball gets him, and he'll head down to first base with 2 down in the inning.
Now Sabathia showing his disgust right away after hitting Ortiz. He's got command of the count. No balls and 2 strikes, and comes inside. Tried to come inside and gets Ortiz right off the leg.
So 2 down. Ortiz at first. Mike Napoli gets a chance here in the first inning. 309. 5 homers and 14 runs batted in. Napoli 5 for 8 in the series with a home run, couple of RBIs, and a 3 for 4 game here last night. That area looks pretty wet there over at first base as a pitch fouled off here by Mike Napoli.
I think the infield itself, Don, is pretty wet because Jeter on the first ground ball from Pedroia slipped as he made the throw to first base. So usually in the game it is a little bit slick right at the beginning of the game because they just got finished watering it.
One is fouled off to the right.
This is Derek Jeter making that play on Dustin Pedroia. He plants right there and just trips as he goes to make that throw to first base.
Ball and 2 strikes to Mike Napoli. And that's a little bit low. 2-2. Napoli, as mentioned, 5 for 8 in the series, and last 3 games dating back to the last game of the O's series, hitting at .462. They stack it up on the left side in this Yankees infield. On the ground slowly towards third. Solarte on the run and in time to get Napoli in to end the first inning. We're done with 1 from Fenway. Yankees have a 1-0 lead.
See with tonight's poll question, which is the most unethical act in baseball? Sox 1, corked bat. Sox 2, if you think it's fixing games. Sox 3, foreign substances. Or Sox 4, steroids. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply. Text help if you need it. Visit NESN.com/terms for the legal stuff.
That's interesting. I think I'd go with fixing games.
I think I would too. I mean,
that's pretty dramatic.
Yeah. Fixing a game.
The other stuff may help, but fixing a game is wow.
That's
really changing.
You have to get
things
to the pitcher, right? I mean,
he'd have to be on your side. Yeah, you'd have to have him and a couple other guys, maybe. I mean, it would require more than one. It's on to the second inning. Fixing games right out of the chute has the lead. How many guys do you think you'd need? I think of the White Sox back many years ago. And
I don't know. I wonder how many of those guys knew. I guess if the pitcher is in on and you caught a ground ball and he got mad at you, I guess you'd probably figure he's
not in on it. You definitely need the pitcher.
Well, you got to have
it. It would help to have the catcher.
Yeah.
First baseman would be great. Yeah. I mean, but how many errors can he have? I mean, he drops 4 balls a game. It's going to start looking obvious.
You should have like right up the middle because there's a lot of action up the middle. Right. Catcher, pitch,
closer,
short, second, center field.
Closer would be big.
Closer would be huge.
Yes.
Here we are talking about fixing games on NESN broadcast.
How we do it? How we can get this done? We need to get to Koji. We need to Brian Roberts and Yangervis Solarte to bat here in the second inning. In there for strike 2, full count. Jackie Bradley Jr. over towards left center. A lot of green out there in right center field. A gap out there for Gardner. He's got plenty of speed. And he will get on ball 4 here in 6-pitch at bat. And the second walk given up by Dubron of the night. I'll bring the family out to the ballpark for one of our Sox Saver games this season. Select April and May dates. Provide the lowest prices of the season, with tickets starting at just $10. To get your Sox Saver game tickets, visit www.redsox.com/tickets.
Well, these Red Sox fans have had to endure some very windy conditions the last couple of nights here at Fenway Park.
From the stretch now, Dubron deals with Brian Roberts. First, a check on Gardner.
Gardner has 2 steals on the season, has not been caught.
Roberts lays off a pitch up top for ball 1. .249 in an injury-marred year last year. 77 games for the Orioles, and swings through that 1-1.
Cut fastball that time for Dubron. No contact from Roberts. About the second or third cutter that Dubron has featured so far in the game tonight.
Roberts signed by the Yankees as a free agent to a 1-year deal. He was back in January this past offseason. Over 1,300 games in the big leagues, and of course the bulk of those coming as a member of the Orioles. 2-1, chop to third, could be 2. Holt will go to second for 1, and a bobble there as it is dropped at second base by Pedroia. And it is on the transfer, so they're going to say that he is safe at second base, never caught it.
And one of the problems, watch the location of the throw. It's going to be inside right there to Pedroia. And, of course, with that, you have Gardner coming right in on him very quickly. And you can hear those footsteps coming. And when he went to make the transfer to the throwing hand, the ball just came right out. Never really had control of that baseball.
So different than the play we saw earlier on this homestand over the weekend on the transfer call, which has become so controversial in Major League Baseball and something that may be changed as far as the transfer going on right now in the big leagues. We'll have to wait and see what happens moving forward this year, but that play did not appear to be the same thing. It did appear to be moving in his glove.
See, ideally when a second baseman takes a throw from a third baseman, they like to straddle the bag and be prepared for a bad throw. And see Pedroia there, he's got his foot on the bag, his left foot, and then the throw is toward the runner, which makes it a little bit more difficult because the runner is right on top of you.
So an error charge to Pedroia on the play as it goes E4. A walk and an error. First and second, nobody out. Solarte, the count of 1-1. 3:03 start to his year. Bluff off the backside, no throw. Solarte started the first game, had last night off. Hitless in his last 14 at bats. And taps it foul. 1-2. Well, one hit in his last 10 at bats with runners in scoring position, but still an even 300 on the year. Gardner at second, Roberts at first. 1-2 is just going to miss. DuBront wanted it, but a tad high. 2-2.
Yeah, just a little bit above the strike zone on the curveball. DuBront not getting the call.
Gets away from Ross, and the runners are going to move up. Gardner to third base, Roberts to second.
Most of the time, David Ross will slide across and try to block this ball, but he tried to catch this one and couldn't, and it gets by him, and two men get into scoring position. Tried to backhand that ball, and 9 out of 10 times you'll see David Ross slide over and just block this instead of trying to backhand it.
So we saw the pass ball in the first inning. Now a wild pitch here in the second, and it's second and third, nobody out. And Hervis Solarte with a full count. And Solarte drives it foul down the right field line. Top of the order, Jacoby Ellsbury waiting on deck. He struck out his first time up. Tap foul, staying alive. This at bat, we'll see an 8th pitch now for Solarte.
Yeah, good at bat, especially from a guy hitting out of the 9 spot in the batting order. Seeing this many pitches with a couple of men in scoring position.
Popped up foul off to the right, out of play. Solarte signed as a minor league free agent during the offseason. Added to the 40-man roster on the 1st of April for New York. And a ground ball down the line at third, a fair ball. That'll keep on going down the left field line to the corner. Gardner has scored. Here comes Roberts. It is a 2-run double for Yangervis Solarte. And the Yankees are out to a 3-0 advantage.
Well, again, a terrific at bat by Solarte. He finally gets a cut fastball that he's able to keep in fair territory right down that third base line. And it goes by the stands. It gets by Johnny Gomes and runs all the way to the wall. But both runs were going to score anyway on that. And Solarte ends up at second base. So a quick start here tonight for the New York Yankees.
Well, Solarte at second base, still nobody out here in the second inning. Cesar Sabathia looking on after enjoyed a good first inning tonight. Now has a 3-0 advantage. And Jacoby Ellsbury lifts it foul off to the left, out of play. Want an easy way to pay for your Dunkin' Donuts? Download Dunkin's free mobile app. With the app, you can load a DD card and pay right from your phone. Receive exclusive mobile offers, enroll in an auto recharge, and instantly send DD gift cards. Message and data rates may apply. For full terms of use, go to www.dunkindonuts.com. Red Sox Nation runs on Dunkin'. It's outside, 1-1. Walk and error, wild pitch in this inning, then the 2-run double by Solarte. Foul back, 2-2. Now for Dubront, 3-3 with a 4.15 earned run average in his career against the Yankees. He's had 51 batters, second most strikeouts he's had against any major league opponent. As David Ross comes out to talk to him briefly. Chopped right side. Pedroia on a half hop fires to first for the out. And is on to third goes Solarte.
A good at bat by Ellsbury, pulling the ball against the left-hander, getting that runner to third base with less than 2 outs. And early in the ball game, the Red Sox look like they're going to pull the infield in. Already down by 3.
There's Derek Jeter, grounded back to the mound in the first inning. DeBron was able to field it and throw out Jeter underhanded at the bag at first. Swing and a miss for strike one.
Cut fastball from Dubront, down very low, maybe out of the strike zone, but Jeter chases on the first pitch.
Well, Jeter just 2 for 15 against Felix Dubront in his career. And Jeter down to third. It kicks off Holt, and Holt in foul ground can pick it up. Cannot make a throw. Jeter will reach, but Solarte has to stay at third base with that ball going to third.
Yeah, I think Solarte there made a wise decision because Holt got to that ball pretty quickly after having it go off his glove, and he may have had a chance to Solarte at home. Here's another look. The backhanded play not made by Brock Holt. But Solarte just holding at third base because it didn't go that far away from Holt. He thought about it, took a couple of steps, but then wisely stopped.
That's down and into Carlos Beltran. Reached on an error committed by Bogaerts in the first inning. Red Sox have already committed 2 errors in this game. The Yankees batting here in the second inning. First error led to a run, and the second error turns into a run as it works out. Beltran will pop it up down the right field line, falling fast and falling foul out of the reach. And Mike Napoli tried to make the over-the-shoulder grab in foul ground.
Yeah, you knew that was going to be trouble when it left the bat because that's the way the wind's going, and it's blowing it out past Napoli. He thought he had it lined up, but it just continued to push away from him.
And 3 for his last 6 with runners in scoring position. He's got Solarte at third base, Jeter at first base right now with 1 out in the inning. And this one will be bounced to the backstop. From third base comes Solarte. And they're going to move the runners back to the bag. They're sending him back to third base and the runner to first base. Girardi coming out for an explanation. It's timeout.
Must have been done. I can't think of anything else. Girardi waiting for a call for a replay. And now the umpires are going to get together. Well, I'd like to see that again on replay because it seemed to me like it was a wild pitch. Here's another look. It's a curveball. It's down. Bounces over the glove. I mean, I don't know why the runners would be sent back unless you're right.
No, they're going to say it hit Beltran, and they're going to put him at first base.
And the Yankees got to come out and say, no, it didn't hit Beltran. I think they'd prefer to have Beltran hitting.
Yes, and I think that's what they're saying is it grazed him, and he's a hits batter. Be a dead ball at that point.
This ball does not make contact with Carlos Beltran. It clearly gets by him and then up over the glove of David Ross.
Well, Joe Girardi's going to challenge this. Yeah, I don't see that hitting him at all, especially from that vantage point.
The option he has is to have the bases loaded with 1 out and Soriano at the plate, or have Beltran hitting with second and third and 1 out.
Well, 1 run would have come in. Solarte would have scored. It'd be 4-0.
Right. I mean, I would take the run.
Yeah.
I would take the run.
You're not guaranteed the rest.
I mean, you may get a double play right here and get out of the inning.
Exactly. Joe Girardi on the phone, as are the umpires.
There's definitely no contact between baseball and Beltran. That's for sure.
So it is the opinion of the umpires that the ball hit Carlos Beltran.
Now, the ball did not hit Carlos Beltran.
And they should come to that realization here. And then the question is, what do you do with the base runner? He would have scored.
He would have scored.
And Solarte had scored until Phil Cuzzy came out and said, no, it's hit by a pitch. So now we'll see where they place the runners. Let's first of all see if they overturn this call.
Yeah, this is really messed up right now because they bring Beltran back. You got to let that run score, don't you?
I would think so. If you're thinking about runners placement, and that's what they're supposed to be doing as far as placing runners,
sure,
there's no question he would have scored. He did. And I don't think there's any question that this hit him. It hit him in the front foot
I don't think so, Don. And it looks like it at that angle, but at the other angle we have from behind the pitcher, it didn't look like it even came close. This is the one right here where I think you get a better look.
Yeah, that's not close.
That's not even close. So I think we're going to have Beltran back at home plate. You're going to have a run score, and you're going to have Jeter at third base. That's what. Oh, I think this is probably going to shake out. And it's taken an awful long time to shake out.
One thing I did not see was Beltran's reaction. I don't know if he was headed to first base. It did look like he took a step across the plate. I don't know where he was going.
But he may have been off balance too, which brought him back over the plate. That's a possibility. Could have been getting out of the way of the runner coming home.
So the conference is over. We'll see what they do here.
And this should be interesting. They're bringing back Beltran to go back to home plate. They're going to send the runner home, and they're going to put Jeter. They're going to leave Jeter at second base.
I don't understand that part. He should be at third.
He should be at third base.
Everybody advance the base on the play. And the Yankees take a 4-0 lead. So another wild pitch, the second of the inning.
I mean, Jeter was at second base, right?
Yes, he was. No. He was at first. So he should be at second. They got that right.
Okay.
Yeah, he was at first base, so he did get another base and is at second now. And Beltran has a count of 2-1.
Yeah, that's Jeter at first base, obviously, and then he'll pick up second base on the wild pitch. So the run scores, Jeter runs up in scoring position.
They got it right.
They got it right. Took some time, but they got it right.
'50th pitch coming up here for Dubron. Red Sox now trailing 4-0 in the game. And a ground ball left side. Holtz got it. Gets himself set to throw and gets it there in time. And to third base goes Derek Jeter with now 2 down in the inning. Red Sox have action as Burke Badenhop up in the Boston pen.
And this game has been a little bit ugly here at the beginning for the Boston Red Sox. A couple of errors, wild pitches.
Alfonso Soriano, 7th member of the Yankees to bat here in the second inning. Soriano with an RBI double, a 2-out RBI double at that in the first inning. Drove in the Yankees' first run. Now this one out to right field. In comes Shane Victorino on the run to make the catch to end the inning. A 3-run inning for the Yankees, who take a 4-0 lead. Park. Yankees out to the 4-0 advantage as Johnny Gomes, Xander Bogaerts, and Brock Holt coming up here for Boston with work to do. Red Sox playing from behind again tonight. Gomes will take ball one from CC Sabathia. John Farrell asked about the platoon that existed last year between Nava and Gomes and would now exist between Sizemore and Gomes, and he seemed to think it would. Now that Shane Victorino's back every day in right field, also they're going to give him some time off from time to time as Shane Victorino gets back into playing shape once again as well. So I mean, he's not here to play every day yet, just because Shane hasn't played very much. And they're going to monitor that. 1-1 pitch is outside. 2-1. And tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Red Sox outfield offensive rankings in Major League Baseball. 29th in average. Gomes hitting at .213 individually and batting here to lead off the bottom of the second inning with Bogaerts and Holt to follow. Ball four, and Gomes will lead off walk to begin the bottom of the second inning. First walk given up by Sabathia, and Xander Bogaerts coming up. .270 with a home run. 4 runs batted in for Bogaerts. Set safely in his last 7 games at .292 during the hitting streak as time is called. Straightens him up with a pitch inside. At the bottom of the strike zone that time. 1-1. Red Sox heading to Toronto after the game tonight to begin a 3-game series. Jays are at home tonight against Baltimore, and they have a 3-0 lead over the Orioles tonight. Bogaerts with a swing and a miss.
Good changeup by Sabathia. You know, for a guy that used to throw at 95 plus, I mean, he has certainly become a pitcher. His velocity is not what he used to be, but he's got so many weapons. His control, his changeup, breaking ball. A lot of different ways to get you out besides velocity.
Up the middle is ranging is Roberts. He'll flip to Jeter for the out there on to first, not in time. Throw actually pulled to Shera, but I think Bogaerts was going to beat it out anyway. They do get the lead runner in Gomes.
Yeah, Roberts had a long way to go for this and a very uncomfortable way to try to turn a double play for Derek Jeter. He's got to turn and face Roberts, as you can see right there, tag the bag and then jump over the runner. Gomes coming in trying to break up the double play. And with Bogaerts' speed, he's going to beat that anyway, even if it's a good throw.
One out. Bogaerts at first base, held on by Teixeira, and Brock Holt the batter. He'll take ball one. Holt's at 400 since joining the Red Sox, recalled from Pawtucket. Sitting at 380 at the time that he was called up, 4th highest average in the International League at the time. It was in 12 games. Spent most of his first season in the Red Sox organization with Pawtucket last year. Ended up hitting .258, 83 games with the Paw Sox. Was called up for a total of 26 games for Boston. 3 different Major League stints with the Red Sox. As he takes the strike, 2-1. David Ross on deck as the Red Sox bat here in the bottom of the second inning. Fouled off to the left, full count. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by GMC. See why incredible thinking is everywhere. Visit your local GMC dealer or go to gmc.com. Three balls, two strikes, one out here in the bottom of the second inning. Runner goes, and a foul off to the left out of play. That time Bogart's got to start. Two fouled off again, and again Bogart's getting a start.
That's a little bit of a gamble here, going 4 runs down. It still is early in the ball game, and you got lefty against lefty, but so far Holt has been able to foul off a couple of pitches.
There it goes again. Holt will take ball 4. And that's the second walk of the inning, given up by CC Sabathia. The last thing that Joe Girardi wants to see is Sabathia starts walking people after the Yankees have taken a 4-0 advantage. 2 on, 1 away, and David Ross coming up. Can reels off some signs for the infielders. Ross batting out of the number 8 spot at 238 with a home run, 3 runs batted in. Ross 1 for 6 on the homestand. That includes a home run as he takes strike 1. His first home run of the year on Monday against Baltimore in the Patriots Day game at Fenway. A solo shot in the 7th inning. To third and caught in the air by Solarte. Took a look at second base and at first, but no play anywhere else as he retires David Ross. 2 down.
That's a very nice play by Solarte down at third base. You see this ball hooking away from him on a line, but he's still able to make the catch in the air before the ball hits the dirt. And he picks up the second out of the inning. Immediately looking around, see if there's a double play anyplace, but there was not.
So 2 down for Jackie Bradley Jr., the center fielder. And a swing and a miss on a pitch down and away. .213 average, no homers and 8 runs batted in. There's strike 2.
Back-to-back sliders from Sabathia to Bradley. That one had a little bit more of the plate than the one that Jackie swung at on the first pitch.
Bogart's at second, Holt at first with 2 outs in the inning. And Bradley strikes out. There's the second strikeout for CC Sabathia. 4-0 New York at the end of 2. Back at Fenway, and it's time for the Wally Wave. On a cool night, it's good to move around, and Wally can move. It's catching around. See, this little guy there was far from where they are, Jerry. He's getting into it.
They didn't take my advice, though, to move it down to the grandstand level where you get more people involved.
Now Mark Teixeira taking the strike to begin things here in the top of the third inning. Yankees got a run in the first, 3 in the second. Curveball hit a long way to left. Back goes Johnny Gomes looking up, and it is gone. Up on top and a home run. Mark Teixeira getting his first home run of the year as he gets word from the second base umpire to keep on going. It's 5-0 New York. Up on the shelf above the wall. Farrell will check, but I'm pretty sure that's a home run.
Yeah, especially the way it bounced. It bounced straight up. Ball left the bat. I thought for sure it was going to be a home run. Then the wind got a hold of it and kind of knocked it down a little bit. And we'll get our first look at it right here. Johnny Gomes going back and... Oh. Yeah, home run.
Brian McCann now the batter, and he takes a pitch for a strike over the inside corner. Now McCann lines it foul. Fly out center field in the first inning. It's a ground ball. Diving at second as Pedroia from the outfield grass. He throws him out. Nice play by Pedroia, laying it out on the right side.
Pulled over into the shift, not deep in the outfield grass, but on the dirt, and still able to make the play as he dives, going to his left. Ends up on the outfield grass, and from that point there, very short throw to first base to record the out on McCann.
One down now for Brett Gardner. He walked and scored in the second inning. One of 2 walks allowed by Felix Doubront so far tonight. Five runs, 4 hits, no errors for New York. No runs, no hits, and 2 costly errors for the Red Sox. This is grounded softly. Doubront will not make the play. Pedroia can't either. Well, kind of eats up Felix Doubront. It was a much easier play for him than no chance by the time Pedroia gets it.
No, that's Doubrant's ball all the way, and he just didn't make the play on it. Right through the legs, it looks like, of Doubront. And speed at first base and Gardner. This should probably go as an error, I would think, on the pitcher. So it has not been pretty here early in the ball game for Boston.
They give him a base hit. So Gardner at first with 1 out and a throw over to check on him. Takes Napoli off the bag. High for ball 2, 2-0. Run in on the home run by Mark Teixeira that started this top of the third inning. McCann grounded out his second. Brett Gardner with an infield hit. Now a 2-0 to Brian Roberts. There goes Gardner as Roberts takes it down and in. And Ross could not play it cleanly. An easy stolen base there for Gardner. No throw.
He had a terrific jump at first base. I mean, we had the great camera angle of it. He had about 4 steps going to second before Dubron got rid of the baseball. And then from that point on, there's no chance at all, not even if that was a strike over the middle of the plate, to get Brett Gardner.
That's a strike. 3-1. And Hervis Solarte waiting on deck with 1 out, runner at second, who takes off for third. Throw to third, and it's picked by Holt. Throwing the dirt that time by Ross, and another stolen base for Gardner, who takes third.
Now that motion to home plate is very, very slow from Dubron, as you can see, and a walking lead, a running lead almost, at second base by Gardner. It took a great pick at third base by Holt to have this ball not get by him and down the left field line. Red Sox infield in with the 1 out and a man at third base.
Already trailing 5-0 in this game. Roberts into center field for a base hit, and the Yankees take a 6-0 lead. Brian Roberts with his first hit of the night picks up his 4th RBI of the season. 6-0 New York. And Juan Nieves, the pitching coach, coming out. They had Burke Badenhop up earlier. And it looks like he's going to get back up again in the pen. Now, don't miss the Friends of Kids with Cancer fashion show hosted by Sue Farrell at the Boston Park Plaza Hotel next Thursday, May the 1st. All proceeds will benefit Christopher's Haven, which provides housing for families who bring their child to Boston for cancer treatment. To sponsor or attend this great event, visit www.christopherhaven.org.
She was a guest on the pregame show with Tom Caron tonight.
1 out, Brian Roberts at first base, 2 runs in. And a throw to first base. Roberts back to the bag. Seems like the Red Sox have had their fair share of these early scoring from opponents in this homestand. Get down on Sunday, get down on Monday. And Tuesday, the one exception was last night, where the Red Sox were able to jump out to a lead. And back down again tonight, 6-0, as the Yankees continue to bat here in the top half of the 3rd inning. Two and 0. And the pitching line brought to you by Ace Ticket. 2 1/3, 6 hits, 6 runs. 3 of them are earned. Red Sox have made 2 costly errors, 2 walks and a K. 67 pitches for Dubron. Solarte, a called strike, but he also looked like he kind of punched at it. Three and 1. Another long wait for CC Sabathia. 38 pitches through the first 2. Only base runners for the Red Sox. Hit batter and 2 walks. Boston does not have a base hit yet tonight. Popped up, foul ground. Holt moves over. He'll have a play. And he makes it for the 2nd out of the inning. Well, if you're a Red Sox and Bruins fan, but you're not following NESN on Twitter, you're missing out on the latest game updates, breaking news, and programming alerts. Follow us on Twitter and let all things Red Sox and Bruins come to you. Follow NESN at twitter.com/NESN. I'm sure they're following NESN on Twitter right now, Jerry.
Absolutely. A lot to follow tonight. Baseball, hockey.
Runner takes off. Ellsbury shows bunt. No throw. Another stolen base for New York. The third of the inning.
They're just running at will right now on Felix Dubron. Again, a great jump at first base by Roberts. I mean, he's almost going to second base, moving before Dubron even makes a motion toward home plate.
Line to left center field. That's going to get down. Man, it's trouble as around from second base comes Roberts. Little bobble out there. As trying to get a second as Ellsbury. He will standing. And the Yankees take a 7-0 lead. Here comes John Farrell to make the move. That is the night for Felix Dubron. Bert Badenhop will be coming in for Boston. 7-0 New York on top. The pitching change from Fenway Park. AT&T fan photo of the game. Tweet your photo to hashtag NESN fan photo for a chance to be shown in our broadcast. Brought to you by AT&T. We thank Kristen Butler for sending in her photo. Now Felix Dubron, another tough outing here tonight, and 7 runs for the Yankees with 2 outs here in the top of the third inning. Derek Jeter, the batter, with a runner at second. Jeter takes strike 1. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by your local New England Ford dealers. Bert Badenhop into the game for Boston. 9th appearance, 0-2. 4.85 earned run average. Opponent sitting at 347 against Badenhop. Bryant lasts 2 2/3 innings tonight. Seven hits, 7 runs. 3 are earned. He walked 2 and struck out a batter. There was an error also assessed on that play to Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field. So a single and an error, not a double for Ellsbury. There is an RBI on the play as this one is grounded foul. So the Red Sox have made 3 errors and could have easily been charged with 4 on the play that DeBrant could not make earlier in this inning. Jeter 1 for 2, reached on an infield hit last time up. Of course, yeah, the 11-game hitting streak come to an end here last night, but starts a new one tonight. Jeter takes strike 3 as Badenhop ends the inning. Yankees score 3 more times and take a 7-0 lead. Seven to nothing Yankees on top of the Red Sox. Hello, Nancy Peterson, as we play along here to the bottom of the 3rd inning. They have made a scoring change, and Felix DeBrant charged with an error on that Brett Gardner play. So the Red Sox now have 4 errors in this game. Scoreboard is not pretty right now. 4 miscues for the Red Sox. They have no hits, no runs, and they trail 7 to nothing. Top of the order, Dustin Pedroia, Shane Victorino, David Ortiz coming up.
We have something coming up to change the Red Sox luck in this game, and it's Don's View.
Think that's going to do it?
I hope so.
I don't know.
I hope something does.
The 0-2 pitch. Up high and away, 1-2. Center fielder Jacoby Ellsbury over towards right center field. And Gardner, for that matter, also moved over. Pedroia bounced to short in the first inning, 0 for 1. That'll bounce in for ball 2. Swing, tap, foul, 2-2. A run in the first, 3 in the second, 3 in the third for New York. Sabathia about as far as you can get towards the third base side on the rubber. Two is just going to miss. Sabathia thought he had strike 3, but instead it's a full count.
A lot of times CC Sabathia, because of his control, will get this pitch, but not this time against Pedroia. Dustin jumping back a little bit. And you see that starting position for Sabathia way over to the third base side. All about angles.
And he ends up losing Pedroia. That's the third walk given up by Sabathia in his outing. Well, Jerry, today I took a stroll down the third floor, and they have a lot of fans get to see this as they head through the old Red Sox jerseys throughout the years. They have all the years represented. The Red Sox had made changes to their uniforms, and they go all the way back to the knit days. The further you get down this hallway, and it is on the third floor here at Fenway Park. Oh, we didn't even get to the good ones.
They get better than that?
Oh, yeah.
That was pretty good as it was.
Yeah, no, it was good, but you get to the ones that, the really old ones.
Yeah, the old flannel ones.
That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah. This thing to Victorino, 1-1. Here we go. That's what we're talking about right there.
Yeah, imagine wearing that in the middle of the summer when about 80, 85 and humid.
In August.
Woo.
1-1 will miss, ball 2. Now tomorrow, guaranteed to have a Toronto booth shot or walking into the Rogers Center. First visit of the year to Toronto.
Actually, the walk into the media center is pretty good because they got a lot of good pictures on the walls up there.
Oh, you down the hallway there. They got a lot of great pictures. Yeah,
very nice.
Not a bad idea.
So I'm giving you a little.
So let's go ahead and do that then. Tomorrow will be the walk-in in the hallway. Day 2 will probably be the booth.
Yeah.
And then day 3 will be from the clubhouse to the dugout. So always a good walk. Down the line, off the bag. It kicks down the left field line to the corner for Shane Victorino. Pedroia heads for third. He'll get there on the double for Victorino. His first hit of 2014.
Okay, so ever since Don's view, the Red Sox have got 2 base runners in this game. It's got to start somewhere.
That was the first hit of the night for Boston off Sabathia.
And Victorino taking that low fastball and driving it right down that third base line, right by Solarte. And down into the corner. Pedroia heading to third base. Victorino in a second with a double. So he's 1 for 2. The strikeout and now the 2-base hit.
Second and third, nobody out. David Ortiz hit by a pitch in the first inning. Swing and a miss, and a big one at that. Tried to get 3 quick ones on the board for Boston.
Yes, he was. He was trying to get it up in that wind out toward right field. Sabathia elevating the fastball that time above the belt.
Ryan Roberts ducks back to the outfield grass. Not a full shift on here, though, for the Yankees. Keep Jeter around the bag at second as Ortiz fouls it off. 1-2.
David upset with himself at not making contact on that inside fastball. A 2-seamer that time from CC Sabathia. And Ortiz topping it.
Fouls off another.
And upset with himself again as he had a good breaking ball to hit that time and fouled it off. I bet you if it went down to Gary right now, all the Red Sox players are saying, come on, let's do it for Don's view. There's that breaking ball that he tops foul.
The 1-2 pitch. Ortiz hits it in the air to center field. Playable for Ellsbury. Wynn's going to knock it back. And Jacoby comes back in further to make the catch. Tagging is Pedroia. Throw to the plate is not going to be in time. And the Red Sox are on the board. Sack fly for David Ortiz, who picks up his 12th RBI of the year.
I was wondering there for a second if they were going to tag Pedroia. The ball just kept coming back in and in and in toward home plate. And, of course, we know they'll run on Jacoby Ellsbury's arm. And that time Pedroia in safely, so the Red Sox finally do get a run. 12th RBI of the season for Ortiz. David wanted more out of that at bat.
One down, Victorino at second base. Mike Napoli, the batter. And a fly ball down the right field line. Beltran, as the wind takes it, heads over and cannot make the catch. It is a foul ball. Just to the right of the line down there. Wind was going to play with that, and Beltran can't get there.
Yeah, Beltran's playing with a difficult part of the ballpark here with the stands jet out toward the foul line, as you can see, and he really doesn't know how close he is to it. Plus the wind had an effect on that baseball also. It's an area right fielders don't like to get trapped in, where the stands jet out very close to the foul line.
Napoli hits it on the ground to short. Jeter to his left. Will go to first for the second out of the inning. Gave some thought to throwing behind Victorino at second base, who was off the bag with Roberts covering, but he goes to first to get Napoli. Now, Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center, the official hospital of the Boston Red Sox, never forgets that before you're a patient, you're a person. Beth Israel Deaconess, human first. Learn more at bidmc.org. Human first. 2 outs. Victorino at second base. Johnny Gomes, the batter. Red Sox trying to chip away here. They get a run back in the bottom of the third inning. The deficit was 7 to begin this inning. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. '88 road starts for Sabathia since joining the Yankees in 2009. 47-27. Line to left center field. That'll get in. A gapper for Johnny Gomes. And around from second comes Shane Victorino. He'll score. And Gomes into second base with an RBI double. Red Sox pick up their second run of the night.
Gomes came into the game a .275 hitter with a couple of home runs against CC Sabathia. He gets the fastball down and in, and finds that gap in left center field. Victorino coming around with the second run, so the Red Sox trail it by 5.
So 2 down, Gomes at second base, and Xander Bogaerts the batter. Bogaerts with a swing and a miss. He reached on a fielder's choice back in the second inning. 0 for 1. tipped off to catcher McCann. We'll catch the Red Sox report on Tuesday at 5:30. Relive the 2014 season opening month from opening day to the somber reflections of Fenway's Marathon Tribute. All that and more this Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. And Jerry is the first show that I've hosted this year of the Red Sox report. I am back in business again.
I noticed you were busy at work the other day.
Yep, Tuesday at 5:30, first one of the year. We look forward to it. The award-winning Red Sox report.
Congratulations again on that.
0-2 pitch in the dirt, and heading for third base is Gomes. Kicked off McCann. Now Gomes 90 feet away.
Well, Sabathia having a rough inning. A couple of doubles in the inning. The sacrifice fly. Now a wild pitch. Is that about 4 award-winning years you've had?
Yes. Yes, I believe it is 4 now.
4 in a row.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Well deserved.
Gomes gains his lead down the third base line with 2 outs. Chopped down the third baseline. Solarte on the run and in time to end the inning. Red Sox get 2 back. We're through 3. It's 7-2 New York. Free checking and receive a free house cleaning courtesy of MaidPro. Free checking and a dust-free home. Another neat idea from Eastern Bank. We're here, you're first. Details at easternbank.com/clean. We play on here to the 4th inning. 7-2, Yankees on top of Boston. Carlos Beltran leading it off, and a diving catch at third base. Brock Holt able to reel that in.
What a play by Holt out of third base. I mean, he's the only guy on that side of the infield. You can see where he's playing. Almost like a shortstop playing in. And diving to his right, able to take a base hit away from Beltran. Best defensive play of the night for the Red Sox.
One down in the 4th inning for Alfonso Soriano. Double to drive in a run in the 1st inning. His 9th RBI of the year. And then for strike 2 for Burke Badenhop. Came in to get the final out of the 3rd inning. A little help from his friends here defensively, and Brock Holt at third base to get the first out of the 4th inning. Felix Gibran only able to go 2 2/3 tonight. High drive to left field for Soriano. Down towards the corner. It'll hit off the wall. Gomes will send it to second base. Soriano diving in head first. So one out double, second double of the game for Soriano as we send it down to Gary Streisky.
Well, guys, you can't spell Pineda without Pine. The MLB today coming down with a 10-game suspension for the Yankees starter for last night's pine tar incident. Before the game, I asked Yankees manager Joe Girardi if there's any sort of ill will towards John Farrell for having to go out there and call out the Yankee starter, and he said no, not at all. Yesterday, of course, Farrell put in a tough spot, and he had to do something about it, so there's no ill will whatsoever towards Farrell or the Red Sox.
All right, Gary, one out and a runner at second base here for Mark Teixeira. Well over into right center is Jackie Bradley Jr. here on Teixeira to pull. So now bats from the left side with the right-hander in the game in Badenhop. Popped up foul, backing out of play. Well, the game summary brought to you by Xfinity. CC Sabathia so far in 3 innings gives up 2 runs. They both come in the bottom of the 3rd, while the Yankees have been busy. A run in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd, and 3 in the 3rd. LeBron chased from this game after 2 2/3 innings. Charged with 3 earned runs. 7 of the runs he gives up, 3 are earned. A 1-2 to Teixeira is in the air to center field. Bradley went back. Now he's going to come in, and he will get there. Good thing he's got good speed, because his first move was a few steps back. Wind knocks it down, and he recovers to make the grab on Teixeira.
And the more you watch Jackie Bradley Jr. play center field, I think the more you appreciate it. Look where he's playing, and he goes back about 4 steps, it looked like. Has to really turn on the jets to come in and make the play on that. Of course, the wind is also a factor in this play. Good strong arms, sometimes not as accurate as you would like to have it, but that'll come in time.
2 down for Brian McCann. His fly to center and grounded out to second base. They're stacked up on the right side defensively against McCann into the shift. Two and 0. John Farrell hoping that Badenhop can go a few innings here of relief. Three and 0.
Just going to put McCann on first base for the intentional walk with the count 3 balls and no strikes, and start over with Brett Gardner.
So down to first goes McCann. An intentional walk to McCann puts runners at first and second with 2 down. Brett Gardner coming up. He has walked and reached on an error, but he has scored 2 runs. Fouled back for strike 1. Last night was the Yankees not playing well defensively. The Red Sox winning 5-1 here last night. They made 3 errors. Tonight it's the Red Sox who have made 4 errors. Outside, 1-1. In there for strike 2. Soriano at second, McCann at first, 2 down here in the Yankees' 4th inning. 2-2. Beltran lined out third to begin the inning. Soriano with a double off the wall to share a fly to center. Then they intentionally walked McCann after Badenhop got down 3-0. Now a 2-2. Fouled off to the left. To left field. Johnny Gomes is out there, and he makes the catch that ends the inning. The Yankees strand a pair of a 7-2 lead. We'll see Brock Holt lead it off when we come back. Free checking from Eastern Bank, which has no minimum balance or monthly fees. It's why at Eastern Bank, here, you're first. Now back in Boston on a windy night, 7-2. The Yankees have the lead. Bottom of the 4th inning. Bottom third of the Red Sox order to bat here in the 4th inning. Brock Holt, David Ross, Jackie Bradley Jr. Brock Holt walked in the second inning, one of 3 walks allowed by CC Sabathia so far tonight. Sabathia coming in with a record of 2-2, 5.19 earned run average, into his 5th start of the year. Strike 2, 2-2.
Pretty nasty pitch right there by Sabathia.
Sabathia thought he had strike 3, I think.
Yeah, I think so. He's going to start throwing around the infield. He does get a strike here, and he thinks it's strike 3. I believe when he expects to be thrown around the infield. There he goes. He wants to throw it around, but no, it's 2 strikes. CC.
Now ground ball and a couple of hops out to Roberts at second base, and Brock Holt is the first out of the bottom of the 4th inning. Well, Saturday morning, check out Dining Playbook with Billy Costa and Jenny Johnson for the show that combines New England's love of the game with its passion for food. Ruins Sean Thornton's 5 favorite hangouts. I'll be cooking something up as well. It's Dining Playbook Saturday at 9 a.m.
This is going to be an episode you don't want to miss, because I have a feeling, like the Red Sox report, that this is going to end up with an Emmy. I really do.
Another award-winning.
Yeah, I really do. I have a good feeling about this show coming up this week.
1 out here in the 4th inning for David Ross. Ross lined out to third base in the 2nd inning. And there's a little bit of it here, Jerry.
Oh, you cook with your World Series ring on?
I did, yes. I did cook with the World Series ring on.
That's very dangerous.
It is very dangerous. And I actually took it off when I was cleaning the shrimp. I didn't want to get shrimp stuff on there. We don't want. Fouled off to the right. I set the DVR before I left because, of course, we're not going to be here. We're going to be in Toronto. We won't get to see it in Toronto. So it is 9 a.m. on Saturday morning. I know you set your DVR before you left, too.
No, I did. I told Phoebe I said, make sure you get this at 9 o'clock on, was it Saturday morning?
Saturday morning.
Yeah, Saturday morning. That's what I said.
Playbook's going to be big. 0-2 is outside.
He must replay that more than one time a week, right? It's got to be on more than just.
I would think so.
Yeah,
I would think so.
I would say it's on quite often. So if you do happen to miss it on Saturday, there's plenty of other options to see it.
You can check NESN.com as the pitch is in there for a strike. David Ross moving the arms out of the way, but Sabathia picks up his 3rd K.
Sabathia coming inside with the fastball to pick up the strikeout on David Ross. The arms and elbows go up, and the pitch goes to the inside corner. And New England's #1 website, NESN.com, will tell you when you can see Don on Dining Playbook.
2 down here in the 4th inning. Jackie Bradley Jr. struck out swinging in the 2nd inning. 0 for 1. Ellsbury over into right center field on Bradley to pull. And he gets hit. So down to first base goes Jackie Bradley Jr. with 2 outs.
Right off the elbow, it looks like, of Jackie Bradley Jr., and I believe he does have some padding on that elbow, so that should take a little bit of the sting away. Second batter that CC is hitting this ball game tonight. Got David Ortiz in the leg, and now Bradley Jr. in the elbow.
There's Dustin Pedroia, grounded out in the 1st, walked and scored in the 3rd. Wraps it foul outside the 3rd.
I've got a pitcher coming up. I know Don's view is huge, and I've taken another pitcher today.
You took another one today.
Yeah, kind of a theme pitcher. Travel day for the Red Sox. And some people are very behind the scenes, very, very busy. Get this whole show traveling and getting ready to go on the road.
I know yesterday you took a shot of a meeting you had with the crew. The 0-1 is fouled off. 0-2. Tell us what we're seeing here.
Tommy McLaughlin on the left and Edward Pookie Jackson on the right. Of course, they're in charge of that Red Sox clubhouse, and this is a very, very busy day for them. Any getaway day. Of course, they're just taking it easy right there before the rush, but the fact is that they work very, very hard on these getaway days, moving this big party around.
And it's a long home stretch, too, for him. 15 out of 18 at home right now. And, of course, Tommy travels. There is strike 3. Pedroia down by way of the K. We are through 4 from Fenway. It's 7-2 New York. As we head to the 5th inning back here at Fenway Park, and we've had a great partnership over the last few years. WCAX up in Vermont. Mike McCune back with us again. Great to see you, Mike.
Don, great to see you. Jared, good to see you as well. Absolutely. 3 straight years now. It's been so much fun for us as part of the Nesson family now with WCAX, our viewers as well. It's really given them a great insight for your expertise, and it's just been a lot of fun. Looking forward to keep it going here.
What kind of winter did you guys have this last
long,
winter?
Cold. It's still going. Yeah. Actually, really, we had about a day of spring 2 weeks ago, and then it jumped right back to winter. So it's taken its slow time to really start warming up.
I understand that the color guard that was here before the game was also from Vermont.
Yeah, they represented the Vermont Department of Corrections, talked to some of the guys afterwards, and they called this their World Series and said how exciting this was and something that they'd been training for and practicing for, and to be able to go out there on the field and represent the state and represent the colors and represent the Department of Corrections was a dream come true for them and their family, getting a chance to see it as well, so it was a lot of fun.
And of course, Red Sox assistant trainer Brad Pearson has been with the club the last couple of years from Vermont.
Yeah, Ludlow, Vermont native, and it was a lot of fun for us getting to see him because we don't have any players on the roster from Vermont, but to see him in the dugout over the course of the season last year, to see his beard continue to grow as they went through the course of the season, and then get into the playoffs. And anytime there was a shot of the dugout, you could see Brad there. And this is the third ring that he has won, but the first 2 times he was still working his way up through the minor leagues, so this was the first time that he had been part of the on the field excitement and worked hard. And he's just a really nice guy, genuine guy, and it was fun to be able to kind of share a little bit of that with a native Vermont.
2-1 pitch is in there for a strike to Brian Roberts, who leads it off here in the inning. What kind of things happen in Vermont during the winter as far as sports went?
A lot of snows.
No, I mean sports-wise, though. We're talking sports.
Well,
okay.
Well, absolutely. We had, skiing is huge, and with the Winter Olympics, so many representatives from the state of Vermont or who went to school in Vermont or who trained in Vermont. A couple of them were here on the field earlier on for the pitch. Kelly Clark and Alex Diebold both won medals at the Winter Olympics, and so Vermonters are so proud of those winter athletes that get to represent on the national and the international stage. Hannah Carney winning a bronze medal as well. So that was really exciting. And of course, University of Vermont men's hockey team getting into the NCAA tournament for the first time in 4 or 5 years. It had been a build back up for them, and so that was exciting as well. So we find our way to get through the winter. We find our way to get through.
One down here in the 5th inning as Roberts grounds out. Jan Hervis Solarte coming up. I remember, Jerry, when we were in Montreal back when the Expos were still the Expos.
Yes.
How many fans came from Vermont to see the Red Sox play in Montreal? Montreal, of course, had an exhibition game at Toronto this year, and something maybe Montreal could get a major league team back again.
They're hoping. They're trying to make a push. We went up there for the exhibition, and there were a lot of Vermont fans that went up there. I mean, it only takes an hour, depending on where you're coming from, an hour, hour and a half, hour 45 minutes to get up to Montreal. And it was always a great opportunity because, as you know, as the seasons wore on there near the end of the Expos run, great seats were always available.
Yes.
I wonder. I mean, you think they would draw up there and be able to bounce back with baseball again?
I think they could, but it couldn't be at Olympic Stadium. They'd have to be able to get a new baseball-only stadium. But I think, before the '94 strike hit, that place was a buzz, and that team was talented, and that just really kind of decimated the passion for the franchise there because they just started selling players off left and right. But it would be a great opportunity and exciting for everyone up in our region if Major League Baseball is able to come back up there.
Well, you guys usually get down here, once or twice a season, generally for the most part? Or you try to get down more than that? We
usually try to get down maybe about once a month or so, but we always try to find some kind of connection. It's great to come down regardless, but if we can find some extra kind of connection, whether it was Brad Pearson or whether it was the Department of Corrections, always try to do that as well and give a little bit of the Vermont love, because there's so many Vermont fans that come down here all the time, and Red Sox passion is so strong up there. But if we can find a little bit of an extra connection, that's what we always look for.
Now, you're a big son of a gun. You an ex-football player?
Yes, played football at Dartmouth. Loved it. Had a great time. That's how I got back east. Actually, I grew up out in California, came back to school at Dartmouth, and I've been back here ever since.
What part of California?
San Diego.
Oh, beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Especially this time of year, when I was like, okay, it's warm back there, but but I love it back here, and I love the seasons, and I'm just honored to be a part of it.
Well, Jacoby Ellsbury batting here with 2 outs in the inning, visiting with Mike McCune, WCAX. And our list tonight is pros from Vermont. If you'd like to check in, it's #NESSONList.
Who'd you go with, Mike, on that?
Well, Fisk around here, you got to go with Carlton Fisk. John LeClaire won a couple of Stanley Cups with Montreal and 50-goal scorer. And Keegan Bradley, actually the nephew of Patty Sheehan. So Patty Sheehan won multiple majors on the women's tour, and Keegan now, great professional golfer now, won the 2011 PGA Championship. But got to go with Fisk. Got to go.
Ellsbury fouls it off himself, and it's 1-2. Well, we missed going up to Vermont this year. Enjoyed it very much last year. We were there for part of the World Tour that we were on. They had a chance to go up to the State House.
Yeah, we had a fun time having you there, and you got to bang the gavel to get things going. And we had a really good turnout. A lot of fans came in there for the question and answer session. It was a whole lot of fun. I know a lot of people afterwards came to us and talked about how much they enjoyed getting a chance to talk to you guys. And often, the majority of the questions were about your wardrobe.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened exactly, but it was funny.
That was a frequent topic of conversation during that Q&A there. They weren't really worried about the bullpen. They were more concerned about your wardrobe.
There were a lot of tie questions going on when we were there. But that was the beginning. We were not tired at that point. We were actually, that was right at the beginning of the tour.
You got us at our best.
You were passionate. You had the energy. So it was a lot of fun.
By the time we reached Warwick, Rhode Island, we weren't quite as spry as we were in the beginning of the tour.
Yeah.
But we'll be back again at some point, I'm sure, again, because we get to see so many great Vermont fans and so many great Red Sox fans in Vermont. I wonder when Vermont Day is. It's got to be coming up. The New England State Days that are here at the ballpark throughout the year that I know many of the fans across New England take advantage of.
That is always special that the Red Sox have decided to do that now and to take a moment each over the course of the season to put the spotlight on each of the states, because obviously it's Massachusetts and that's where it's located, but the passion goes all throughout New England. So that is very cool thing.
Well, it had to be a lot of fun for Vermont fans last year in the World Series and that whole run and keeping track of everything that was going on with the Red Sox.
Yeah, it really was, and it was. I mean, I think with most fans throughout the nation as it was going on, it was just kind of like, is this going to keep going? Is it going to keep going? Is it going to keep going? And then it kept going, and it was just it was a magical ride that everyone was able to take part in, and we have a fair share. There's a pretty decent Yankee contingent up in the Vermont area as well, because it's right on Lake Champlain. You got New York on the other side, so there's a little bit of a spill over there. But yeah, Red Sox passion was very strong last year.
And I know if you watch your sportscast tonight, I believe you'll have an interview with Don on, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We talked before, and that ran during our 6 o'clock show, and we broke down everything. I joked with him that too bad we went on a day there wasn't a whole lot to talk about.
Yeah, tons of stuff going on here today. Mike McCune, thank you very much. Look forward to being with you all year again.
Don Jerry, thank you very much.
Man.
Great to see you.
Okay.
7-2 New York. His coffee needs, like Keurig Brewers and Green Mountain K-Cups delivered right to your office. Who do you call for the flavors you want and prices you'll savor? Who but W.B. Mason? That's on to the bottom of the 5th inning back at Fenway, 7-2. Yankees on top of the Red Sox. Shane Victorino leading it off here in the home half of the 5th. The 80th pitch for Sabathia, and it'll miss for ball 2, 2-0. Shane Victorino, favorite artist, we knew this. Bob Marley, favorite shoe, Jordans. Favorite food, anything his wife or mom cooks for him. He likes Maui, of course, from Hawaii, and he likes cartoons. 2-0 pitch is in there for a strike, 2-1. In the air to shallow left as Gardner makes his way in. first out of the bottom of the 5th inning. Red Sox have action in their pen. Craig Breslow warming. So far, 2 1/3 scoreless from Burke Batenhop in relief of Felix Dubron. David Ortiz has been hit by a pitch and had a sac fly in this game. Picked up his 12th RBI of the year. Yankees shifting on the right side.
Back-to-back sliders from Sabathia to quickly get ahead of David Ortiz.
Swing and a miss, and Ortiz strikes out. It's 5 Ks for Sabathia. 2 down here in the 5th.
Now, didn't even waste a fastball that time. Just stayed with the breaking ball. Another slider. That's 3 in a row to David, and picks up the strikeout.
Nick Insurance, great service, great coverage, and a great price for auto, home, or life insurance. 2 outs in the 5th, and Mike Napoli has grounded out twice tonight, 0 for 2. And they shifted on the right for Ortiz. They shift on the left for Mike Napoli. Johnny Gomes waiting on deck. Napoli bats now with 2 outs here in the 5th. Swing and a miss, 1 and 2.
Slided tonight, very good for CC Sabathia. Remember the first inning he came out, he was throwing 86 miles an hour, went to a lot of breaking balls, and just in the velocity he's picked up some. Changeup.
Napoli fouls it off down the right field line. Now, for every Red Sox hit this month, Echo Store Technologies will donate $50 to the Clauda Fund, the charitable foundation of the Dropkick Murphys. Echo Store and the Clauda Fund working together to raise funds to fight for children, support veterans, and help those battling alcohol and substance abuse. To learn more, log on to echostore.com. Echo Store Technology, your data center solutions provider. 90th pitch from Sabathia. And it is strike 3. Over that inside corner. Napoli didn't like it. 6 Ks for Sabathia. 7-2 Yankees lead. FW Webb distributes high-purity processed components to biopharmaceutical plants throughout the Northeast. Wow, bet you didn't know FW Webb did that. More on this proud Boston Red Sox sponsor at fwweb.com. 7-2, Yankees on top of Boston as we head to the 6th inning. You are indeed on Nesson. Welcome. Actually, you're on Nesson Plus. You're not actually on Nesson. Derek Jeter 1 for 3. On the ground is short. Bogarts picks and throws. One down in the 6th inning.
Well, Bainhop's done a nice job since being in the ball game, and it's about time. It's about enough pitches for him. So John Farrell makes his way out to the mound, and Beltran coming up. Looks like he's going to go out to hit Rick Breslow.
41 pitches for Badenhop, and that is the night for him. So Breslow coming in. It is 7-2 New York. The official resort casino and proud partner of the Boston Red Sox. One out here in the top half of the 6th inning. 7-2 New York on top of Boston. As Carlos Beltran coming up here with one out in the 6th inning. I don't think I've seen those before, Jerry.
Oh, that's the first one I recall seeing, Don.
Craig Breslow's 5th appearance of the year. 1.80 earned run average. Opponent's hitting at .250 against him. Beltran takes strike one. He's got the fighting necklace on. No one pitch up and away, and it's 1-1. Oh, great job by Burke Badenhop. 2 2/3, giving up one hit, no runs. Walked a batter, was intentional, and struck out a batter. Logged some important innings after Felix Dubron lasted just 2 2/3. For every Red Sox game that goes into extra innings or the Sox get a save, CBS Pharmacy will make a donation to Boston Children's Hospital towards their $25,000 donation once again this season. CBS Pharmacy, the official pharmacy of the Boston Red Sox.
There's some serious high fives going around after that play.
in the air to left field. Struck well. Gomes going back, and it is going to be off the scoreboard. The second base goes Beltran, sliding with his first hit of the night. A one-out double here in the 6th inning.
Beltran finding that scoreboard out in left field on a low fastball. Not pretty good pitch by Breslow, but pretty good hitting by Beltran.
Alfonso Soriano, 2 hits in the game, both doubles. He's driven in a run. Fly ball to shallow right. Victorino coming in. And Shane will make the catch for the second out of this 6th inning. Well, tonight's suits are designed by Joseph Abood, custom made in the USA from fine Italian fabrics. Now available at Men's Warehouse. And Joseph Abood is here tonight.
Yeah, we don't see him up here much during the week, but here on a Thursday night. Does Joseph like spend his days in Puerto Rico and nights here in Boston? He's always tan.
Yes. He also, we noticed, he likes to have a scarf or something around his neck.
And he likes that. His scarf and the big high turtleneck.
Mm-hmm. We have to ask him about scarves, or maybe like an ascot, like Ned Martin used to wear.
You would look good in an ascot.
Ground ball down the third baseline. Holt on the run. And a good play to get to Shera at first base and to end the inning. 5.5 done, 7-2 New York. Baseball is back in season, so gather 20 or more of your friends, family, and coworkers for a group outing at Fenway and secure exclusive access to seats. Call 877-RED SOX 9 or visit redsox.com/groups for more information. This group having a good time, even though the Red Sox are down 7-2 as we play along to the bottom of the 6th inning. Johnny Gomes, Xander Bogaerts, and Brock Holt expected to bat in the inning.
Between innings, Don, I sent a text to Joseph Abood telling him that you need a scarf like he's got on. See if he responds.
Would be fantastic if it works out.
Probably he won't respond. He probably has his phone in his pocket. But Joseph, if you send your text.
Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Pitching line for CC Sabathia, brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. 5+, 2 hits. 2 runs. Walked 3, struck out 6. Pitch 93 coming. Up and away to Gomes. Johnny's been on twice, a walk and a double. A double drove in a run back in the 3rd inning.
Now, Sabathia has been given a lead in this ball game and has pitched very, very well, only giving up the 2 runs. 2 hits to the Red Sox up to this point. 94 pitches right now for CC.
And a strike 3 call. Gomes thought it was high, but it is strikeout number 7 for CC Sabathia.
That's 3 in a row for Sabathia. Got Ortiz on a slider, got Napoli on a fastball. Now let's get Gomes on a fastball. Fastball at 88 miles an hour from Sabathia.
1 out in the 6th inning. Xander Bogaerts the batter. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 2nd, bounced out to 3rd in the 3rd.
I think he'd pick up the phone if I called him.
Give it a shot. See what happens.
He's probably not.
It's kind of loud down there, and he is in the middle of a conversation.
He's probably not checking his text messages, but I'd love to see in that scarf. Let me try to call him.
I'd actually like that specific scarf, to be honest with you. I kind of like that.
Okay.
Calling Joseph Abboud. And he is checking his phone, I think, right now, Jerry. He can tell that it is going off. I'm trying to figure out who's calling it. 1-2 is grounded down the 3rd baseline. Solarte can't pick it cleanly, and reaching at first to be Bogaerts with 1 out.
That should go as a base hit for Bogaerts, where we give him an 8-game hitting streak right now. As Solarte tries to play it with his bare hand, but not able to make the play. Joseph, how you doing? Don would love a scarf like you've got on right now. If you wouldn't mind coming up so Don could put that on, he'd love to have it. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Go ahead. Yeah, Don does. It would look beautiful on him. He's not getting it. He's.
One out here in the inning. Bogaerts at first base.
He said we need to do something with the Red Sox. Forget about the scarf.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Joseph. Thank you.
Throw to first base, and back is Bogaerts. I'm glad we got that cleared up. I mean, at least we know the answer is whether or not I'm going to get the scarf.
He's more concerned about the game.
Yes, he does not want me to have
probably
the
we should be.
Not giving it away. 1-0 is going to miss. Well, walked in the 2nd, grounded out in the 4th. Made a nice defensive play at 3rd base in this game as well. Wrapped down the first baseline foul. Action for New York as Adam Warren, the right-hander, is up in the pen. Yankees pen has done a pretty good job in this series. Strike 2. Is that a first? Is that the first time you've called anybody on the air?
Yeah. Anybody at the ballpark, yeah.
remember the one year you didn't have a cell phone, that you had that giant rotary phone that you were using.
It's still up there.
Is it really?
Yeah, I could bring it down here. It's a white one.
2-2 is strike 3 to Brock Holt. That is 8 strikeouts now for Sabathia, and he has struck out 4 of the last 5 batters he's faced.
Well, you know, we saw John Locke last night with great control in the game all game long, and we're seeing the same thing tonight from CC Sabathia as he is just picking apart the corners and making a lot of Red Sox hitters angry over those third strike calls, but they're very close. Locke last night, unbelievable performance here at Fenway Park.
John Farrell saying today before the game might be the best game that he's seen Lackey pitch in a Red Sox uniform. Up and away to David Ross for ball 1. Ross 0 for 2. He's lined out to third and struck out looking. Left side, and it's cut off by Solarte. He'll go to second for the force out that ends the inning. Through 6 from Fenway, 7-2 New York. Appetite like an exciting ball game, but when it comes to hunger at the office, you don't have to wait in line at the concession stand. WB Mason has an all-star lineup of snacks and beverages that keep your break room stocked. Well, it is 7-2. Yankees on top of Boston. Craig Breslow got the final 2 outs of the 6th inning. Back out there for the 7th. And it'll be Brian McCann, Brett Gardner, and Brian Roberts expected to bat for New York. Breslow, the third arm used tonight by John Farrell. McCann takes strike 1. He is fly to center, grounded out, and then intentionally walked. Red Sox have been shifting on him as they do here. CC Sabathia through the first 6 innings. It's Sabathia with 8 strikeouts. 4 in the last 2 innings. 0-2 pitch on the ground. It gets it the other way and into left field for a base hit. So they shifted on him. McCann goes right into left field the other way, and he's got his first hit of the night. Well, Gulf Electricity, they're powering Fenway Park, and they can power your home too. Visit GulfElectricity.com today.
Well, McCann has gone to the opposite field quite a bit in this series against the Red Sox. He Certainly has done it in the air to the opposite field, and that time on the ground against the shift to pick up the base hit.
Lead runner on here for New York. Brett Gardner takes ball one. Gardner reached on a walk and then an error. Lined out to left. He's scored twice. Ahead 2-0. Yankees headed home to take on the Los Angeles Angels over the weekend, and they'll also host Seattle and Tampa Bay. Fairly lengthy homestand coming up for New York. Pitch inside, 3-0.
Angels right now 10-11 on the season, 3.5 games back in the West. We go to Toronto where they're 11-10 coming into tonight's action.
Inside for ball four, and Gardner will reach on a walk. First two Yankees have reached here in the 7th inning. Well, sports can bring you to the edge of your seat and to your feet. It should always bring you to NESN.com, the region's #1 sports site, with comprehensive Red Sox coverage and the most Bruins content in New England. In live blogs, video, and podcasts found only on NESN.com. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Tap foul at the dish, 0-1. Now tonight's game summary is brought to you by Xfinity. CC Sabathia through the first 6 innings has 8 Ks. Felix Dubron chased from this game after 2 2/3 innings. Yankees scoring early and often. A run in the first, 3 in the second, 3 in the third. Red Sox getting 2 back in the bottom of the 3rd inning, but 7-2. And Roberts grounds one to third base. It kicks off a Holt. Holt will have no play, and that could be the Red Sox 5th error of this game.
And this really has been a disastrous night defensively for the Boston Red Sox. That could have been a double play, but instead bounces away from Holt, and the Yankees have the bases loaded. Holt going to his left, and the ball hits him actually off the knee, it looks like.
So a 5-error game in this game for the Red Sox.
It's not going to get it done.
Bases filled with the Yankees here in the 7th inning. Instead of having 2 outs, bases loaded, nobody out. Yangervis Solarte. And he'll send it into right field. This will get down. 1 run is in. Brett Gardner's got good speed. He'll score 2. And it is now 9-2, New York on top. Solarte not waiting around. He gets his 2nd hit and drives in a pair.
Yeah, for a guy that's hitting 9th in the lineup tonight for the Yankees, he's got 4 runs batted in. Right toward the end of the bat down in right field, 2 runs will score without a problem. On the third base goes Roberts, and still nobody out in the inning. Solarte had the night off last night, back in there tonight with a big night.
First and third, nobody out. And Jacoby Ellsbury, the batter. To right field, and this will get down and jump up off the wall. With a piece of a fan there. Interference as he leaned over, and it is 2nd and 3rd. A run does get in, and the Yankees take a 10-2 lead. Ellsbury with his 2nd hit and 2nd RBI of the night.
Well, Jacoby Ellsbury certainly has enjoyed his first trip back to Fenway Park in a Yankee uniform, hooking the ball that time into the stands for the ground rule double. Jacoby has 2 RBIs on the night, give him 10 total now on the season.
Second and third, still nobody out, and 3 runs in this top of the 7th inning so far. There's Derek Jeter, 1 for 4. Had an infield hit back in the 2nd inning. Solarte at third base, Ellsbury at second. The strike to Jeter evens the count at 1-1. That is sharply into left center field. From third base comes Solarte. Ellsbury behind him. 2 more runs in for the Yankees, who take a 12-2 lead. Derek Jeter with his second hit drives in a pair.
Now 5 RBIs for the last 3 hitters. 2 for Solarte, 1 for Ellsbury, and now 2 for Jeter, as he takes the line drive up the middle for the base hit. Jacoby Ellsbury had to pause for a minute to let the ball get by him, then had no problem scoring. So the rout is on here at Fenway.
Carlos Beltran, as this one bounces in. Action for the Red Sox in the pen. Edward Mujica warming up. Already seen Burke Badenhop and Craig Breslow in relief of Felix Dubron. Outside for ball 2. New York has action as Shane Green, who's just called up today, warming in the pen. Beltran ahead here, 3-0. Takes all the way and takes strike 1. Two and 2/3 from Dubron tonight. 7 runs. Burke Badenhop, 2 and 2/3 of shutout pitching. Gave up just the 1 hit. Swing and a miss. Full count. Breslow comes in and allows 5 runs so far here in the 7th. On the ground, right side. Pedroia will go to second. Bogarts covers there for an out. Throw to first, and Napoli can't dig it out. So 4-6 on the force out at second base for the first out of the inning.
And that would have been an easy double play, too, because Beltran was not running hard down that line at all. But the throw is going to bounce from Bogarts. Napoli cannot come up with it. Very tough play for Napoli, and the Red Sox again cannot execute defensively and get this double play.
And Soriano takes strike 1. He has 2 doubles on the night. 2 for 4 showing for the Yankees DH. Starts in the outfield in last night's game as he started in left. Takes a pitch down low, 1-1. Soriano, the 8th member of the Yankees to bat here in the top of the 7th inning. 3-1. Breslow last time out, the final game of the Orioles series, allowed 1 run on 2 hits. Season high 2 innings pitched against Baltimore. Off the end of the bat, foul. Follow every Red Sox game with MLB.com at bat on your phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replay, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and more. Download from the App Store or visit RedSox.com today. And Alfonso Soriano batting with 1 out. And he grounds it foul. Ball 4, and he walks Soriano. Second walk allowed by Breslow. It's time for a Toyota game break. Here's Tom Caron, TC. All right, Tom, thanks very much. Here at Fenway Park tonight, it is 12-2. The Yankees on top of the Red Sox. 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning with 2 on, and Mark Teixeira is walked, hit a solo home run, flied out, grounded out, and a 1-for-3 night. Trying to hold up, but he goes around. Tough return throw from Ross. Had Breslow leaping in the air to grab it. Nice catch.
There haven't been many tonight.
This was pretty good, though. Has him dancing out of the way. 3-1. Breslow off the backside of the hill in the midst of a meeting with himself. Strike call. Full count. Carlos Beltran at second base. Alfonso Soriano at first base. And still just 1 out here in the 7th inning. Already 5 runs in the inning. 40th pitch for Breslow. And it's popped up foul off to the right, out of play. Fans, make sure you never miss another Red Sox game. Download the Red Sox schedule now by visiting NESN.com/schedule to import the 2014 schedule directly into your favorite desktop, web, or mobile calendar program. Full count to Mark Teixeira. Ball 4, and the bases are loaded. That's going to do it for Craig Breslow. Walks his 3rd batter of the inning. Bases filled with the Yankees. The New York Yankees on top 12-2. Mejica coming in. The pitching change from Fenway. As we check back in with Gary Streisky.
Well, guys, I know there's not too many positives to be taken out of this game right now, but here is this one. Move over Harold Baines tonight. David Ortiz takes over the top spot all time in games played at designated hitter. Tonight marks his 1,644th game at DH.
Well, David surpassing Harold Baines. Tied it last night, breaks it tonight. Big Papi's Red Sox trailing here by 10 runs as Brian McCann stands in against Edward Mujica. New Red Sox pitcher. Yankees have the bases loaded in the inning. McCann has been on twice, intentionally walked and singled. Mujica taking over for Craig Breslow and appears in his 9th game of the year. 1-1. The 9.45 earned run average. 6 strikeouts, 2 walks. Opponents sitting at .333 against Mujica.
Well, the bullpen was able to get a nice rest last night with John Lackey's outing, but not the case tonight as third pitcher used out of the bullpen for John Farrell.
To the backhand goes Ross to protect that from the backstop. 2-1. Popped up, foul ground. Holt headed over, and he'll make the catch for the second out of the inning. Fans, you can test your Red Sox IQ right now with the MLB Preplay mobile app. Download for free and start predicting every at-bat of every Red Sox game all season. Compete one-on-one with other Red Sox fans for a chance to win the Preplay Triple Crown. 2 down here in the 7th inning. And Brett Gardner bats for the second time in the inning. He walked and scored earlier in the inning. Two outs here in the top of the 7th. Gardner takes strike 1.
Split fingered fastball from Mujica. Pick up a quick strike on Gardner.
One, 2 now to Gardner. Twelve runs, 12 hits, no errors for New York. 2 runs, 3 hits, 5 errors for the Red Sox tonight. On the ground to first base. Napoli will take it himself to the bag, and the inning is finally over. 12-2, New York on top. Red Sox ticket partner always has the best seats at the lowest prices. Ace Ticket has your seats to all Boston Bruins playoff games. Right now, Ace Ticket has tickets to Game 5 this Saturday at the Garden. Visit Ace Ticket or call 1-800-MY-SEATS. Only 5-run top half of the 7th inning for New York. Yankees on top 12-2. Major League debut for Shane Green, New York Yankees pitcher. Taking over here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 2 games with Scranton so far this year. 6.75 earned run average. Jackie Bradley Jr. will lead it off here against Green.
Well, a good time to bring him into the ball game. I mean, you got a 10-run lead and certainly nervous. There's no question about that, but a little wiggle room for him. CC Sabathia very good in this game tonight.
Sabathia goes 6 innings, giving up 2 runs. He had 3 hits, walked 3, struck out 8. Chance for his 3rd win of the year came in at 2-2. Jackie Bradley Jr. has struck out and been hit by a pitch tonight. Dustin Pedroia, then Shane Victorino here in the bottom of the 7th inning. There's ball 4 and a leadoff walk for Jackie Bradley Jr. to begin things here in the 7th inning. We'll review the silent poll tonight and fixing games.
Fixing games, 69%.
Far and away.
Not too many people interested in cork bats.
Nope.
Or foreign substance.
Foreign substance very low on the list.
Steroids below the fixing games.
Sends Pedroia out of the box, and right now Green having trouble throwing strikes in his major league debut. 7 pitches, 1 strike.
Trying to tail that fastball back in on Pedroia and misses his mark by quite a bit.
There's a strike, 2-1. On the ground left side, Jeter has it eat him up. Kicks into left. Jackie Bradley Jr. heading to third base. Pedroia at first. 1st and 3rd for Boston.
Jeter has had a rough series defensively here against the Red Sox. Just a step or 2 to his right, as you can see. 1-2. And the ball bouncing up and off the heel of the glove. We're not going to double play on that, but they would have got the force out at second base. And that does go on as an error on Derek Jeter, his 2nd of the season.
First and 3rd for Shane Victorino. And this will get away from McCann. Here it comes from third base, Bradley. The Red Sox get their third run.
Well, McCann probably not too familiar with Green, and that ball just clanked right off his glove. Should probably go as a pass ball. Sure it will, as Jackie Bradley Jr. comes home with a third run for the Red Sox.
Victorino grounds it foul, 0-2.
And Victorino staying at the right side of the plate against the right-handed pitcher. John Farrell saying today it's whatever he feels comfortable with.
And Victorino strikes out. There's the first out of the bottom of the 7th inning. First strikeout in the big leagues for Shane Green is Shane Victorino.
And he goes with a slider to pick up the strikeout.
And Jonathan Herrera pinch hitting here for David Ortiz. David tonight had been hit by a pitch, had a sac fly, and struck out. Ground ball foul. Well, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live presented by DCU Digital Federal Credit Union tomorrow at 6:30. Take a look at Jake Peavy start against the Toronto Blue Jays. Clubhouse Insider. DCU Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you? 1-1 is low for ball 2. Off to the left, back into the grandstand. 2-2. Inside, ball 4, and Herrera down to first base. Second walk allowed by Green. And Larry Rothschild on the phone. There will be action here in a moment in the Yankees pen. Right now there is none. Mike Napoli 0 for 3. Grounded out twice and struck out. All that was against CC Sabathia. Adam Warren, who was up earlier, back up again for New York. Two and McCann out to talk to his rookie right-hander. Larry Rothschild's coming out too.
There's no question nerves involved here coming up to the big leagues, and a blowout ball game, but still can't throw strikes. And you know, you got to take advantage of those fielders behind you. They've all got gloves on. They all can help you out, and kind of the message that probably trying to get to them right now.
Well, tune in to tonight's NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. Get you the highlights from the Bruins Red Wings Game 4 reactions. See what know-how can do.
My understanding that game is tied up 2-2 right now in the third period with about 12 minutes left.
Two 2-0 the count to Mike Napoli. Napoli almost gets hit. 3-0.
Even on a 2-0 count, nowhere near the strike zone here for Green. Almost gets the short top of Napoli.
Again, not close. So he will walk the bases loaded here now. With one out in the inning, and Johnny Gomes coming up. So already trying to get somebody to go out to talk to him to buy some more time.
Trying to get his catcher's attention, Brian McCann.
Can't get anybody's attention. Now McCann will head back out again to buy time here for Adam Warren, still warming in the pen. Bases loaded, one out, a run in, and checking again here before Gomes stands in. That'll miss inside for ball one.
And it doesn't matter what he throws right now. He can't throw a strike. Fastball, slider, and here comes Girardi.
So Shane Green's night is over. His major league debut. He did get an out as he was able to strike out Shane Victorino, but he'll depart as the Red Sox get a run back right now. It's 12-3 pitching change from Fenway. As he is responsible for the men on. Bases are loaded, and he's charged with a run so far. Adam Warren comes into the game, inherits a 1-0 count. 11th appearance of the year, 0-1, a 2.53 earned run average, 9 Ks to 4 walks. Opponent's hitting at 179 against Warren. Up high for ball one. Gomes has walked, doubled, and struck out. Pedroia at third, Herrera at second, Napoli at first, and Gomes drives this out to right field. Beltran is back there to make the catch. Tagging at third is Pedroia, and Dustin will score the 4th Red Sox run of the night. So Gomes picks up his second RBI and a sac fly. Also tagging up was Herrera, taking third base. First and third with 2 down. Xander Bogaerts has grounded into a fielder's choice, grounded out to third and single. Strike one. Herrera at third base, Napoli at first base with 2 down in the inning. Outside for ball one. Brock Holt on deck here in the 7th inning. And this is headed towards the gap in left center field. It'll get down to the track of the wall. Herrera scores from third. Napoli will be stopped at third. It is an RBI double for Xander Bogaerts. Collects his second hit of the night.
And that gap right there is open for him almost all the time, because it seems like most teams we play, center fielder shades him a little bit toward right. And that fastball inside, he turns it around and finds that gap in left center field for the double and the RBI. So Bogaerts now with 5 RBIs on the season, 2 for 4 on the night, and an 8-game hitting streak.
So far, a 3-run bottom of the 7th inning. Second and third. Brock Holt, the batter. To right field, Carlos Beltran coming in to make the running catch, basket style, to end the inning. Red Sox get 3 back. It's 12-5 New York. On Nesson is brought to you by your Subaru dealers of New England, Sullivan Tire and Auto Centers, McDonald's, I'm loving it, your local Audi dealers, The Amazing Spider-Man 2 in theaters May 2nd, the Buick Verano, and by Southwest Airlines. 8th inning back at Fenway, and a liner just over the glove of Dustin Pedroia, and into right field, a base hit for Brian Roberts. It's his second hit of the night.
Had 2 hits on the night, an RBI and a stolen base for Roberts, hitting out of that 8th spot in the Yankee batting order tonight.
Jan Hervis Solarte batting, lead runner on here in the 8th. Solarte has 2 hits and 4 RBIs from his number 9 spot in the order. As he takes ball 1. Mahika came in to get the final 2 outs of the 7th inning. Back out there to start the 8th. Four of the 5 runs that Craig Breslow allowed in the 7th inning are earned runs. So 1 inning, 5 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned. He walked 3 and did not strike anybody out. In the air to shallow center, Bradley coming in. Makes the catch for the first out of the 8th inning. Well, don't miss WB Extra Innings today, right after the game. TC and Eck will break down Felix Dubron's tough outing in 2 2/3 tonight. Get John Farrell's thoughts. Can't go wrong when you buy right at WB Mason. 1 out, 1 on. Jacoby Ellsbury, the batter. 2-hit night, 2 RBIs. Takes strike 1. In the air to left field. Back goes Johnny Gomes, but that is going to be off the scoreboard. Throw goes towards second base, but it's offline, and the second double of the night for Jacoby Ellsbury, his 3rd hit of the game. And it's 2nd and 3rd with 1 out for New York.
Well, the Yankees coming out of the dugout swinging the bat tonight. 2 doubles, a single, 2 RBIs for Ellsbury. Takes that split-fingered fastball that stays up in the zone and plants it off the top of the scoreboard in left field.
Derek Jeter, there's 2 hits already tonight, both singles. He's driven in 2 runs. And a swing and a foul tip for strike 1.
That's more where Mahika wants that split-fingered fastball down and out of the strike zone.
This one will get away from Ross. From third base comes Roberts, and he will score. 13th Yankee run of the night. Ellsbury moved on to third base, and it's now 13-5 New York.
This will probably go as a wild pitch. It was a slider from Mahika, and off the tip of the glove of David Ross.
It is a wild pitch. Check swing didn't go on a pitch down low. 3-1. Fouled off to the right. Jeter batting now. Beltran waiting on deck. Yankees batting here in the 8th. Outside, ball 4, and Jeter down to first base. A 1-out walk here for Derek Jeter. Well, stay tuned tonight following WB Extra Innings for Red Sox Final presented by Esurance. TC and Eck will have tomorrow's trends, highlights from around Major League Baseball as well. First and third with 1 out and a run in, and Carlos Beltran the batter. He doubled back in the 6th inning. A 1-for-5 night. Swings to the first pitch and pops it up. Foul ground. David Ross coming back. Will make the catch. 2 down in the 8th.
And again, that was not an easy play for David Ross because of the wind. He's got it lined up, then all of a sudden he's got to go hard to his left to make the catch.
First and third, 2 down for Alfonso Soriano. He has doubled twice and walked. He's also fly to right twice. On the ground down third baseline. Holt's got it. Long throw. Will get there in time. Ends the top of the 8th inning, but the Yankees get a run and take a 13-5 lead. Red Sox as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. Well, position player time, perhaps for the Red Sox. Mike Carp warming up in the pen right now. As Carp may be coming on for the 9th inning. 13-5, New York on top. Adam Warren back on for New York, and David Ross takes strike one. A defensive change for New York. Ichiro Suzuki taking over in right for Carlos Beltran. Warren came in to get the final 2 outs of the 7th inning. Gets the corner again and is ahead 0-2. In the air, foul off to the right. So Shane Green in his major league debut on a third of an inning, giving up no hits, but he did give up 3 runs, 3 walks, and a strikeout. Red Sox getting 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Cart continuing to warm in the pen.
Looks like he's throwing a knuckleball,
I was going to say, yeah.
This is a fastball here.
Last time the Red Sox had a position player pitch, Darnell McDonald, who was back in 2012. It was against Baltimore. To right. Ichiro just into the game, makes the catch for the first out of the bottom of the 8th. Well, what's coming up for the Red Sox? So tonight they'll head to Toronto to begin a 3-game series tomorrow night with the Blue Jays. Day games on Saturday and Sunday. Off day on Monday. Then the Red Sox right back here at Fenway Park. 3 with Tampa Bay, 3 with Oakland, and 2 with Cincinnati. Red Sox will then head to Texas. One out in the 8th, and Jackie Bradley Jr. the batter. He struck out in the 2nd, was hit by a pitch in the 4th, walked and scored in the 7th. Two bounces in, 1-2. CC Sabathia started this game for New York. Went the first 6 innings, giving up 3 hits and 2 runs. Walked 3, struck out 8. In line for his 3rd win of the year. Sabathia came in at 2-2. Strike 3 call. First strikeout for Adam Warren. 2 down here in the 8th.
Jackie Bradley, no contact tonight. A strikeout, got hit by a pitch, a walk, and now another strikeout.
Two down. Dustin Pedroia the batter. That was interesting. Jonathan Herrera had come out on deck, and he was not going to bat next. It was Shane Victorino. So Victorino comes out on deck, but Herrera had to go back to the Red Sox dugout.
Herrera is hitting an Ortiz's spot.
Hitting out of order would have added to tonight's ugliness.
Yeah, it certainly would have done.
Fouled off to the right, out of play.
You talk about confusion in the rule book too. You start to read through that batting out of order thing.
I can't imagine.
I mean, it's like forget about it.
Is it an automatic out?
Don't even ask me. I mean, I'd have to go to the rule book to read it. It's very lengthy.
We spent enough time in the rule book last night, I think. 2-1 pitch is popped up foul, and that'll get out of play. Don't miss Red Sox first pitch presented by Men's Warehouse. TC and Jim. They will preview the Jays series coming up in Toronto. Also get your Major League Baseball notebook. That's tomorrow at 6 p.m. on NESN. Two out here in the bottom of the 8th inning, and a 2-2 pitch to Pedroia. Chopped left side, cut off by Solarte. Third baseman's throw is accurate and in time. We head for the 9th inning. Looks like Mike Carp's coming in. 13-5 New York. The lead over the Red Sox. We head to the top of the 9th inning. Some changes for the Red Sox. Red Sox will forego the DH as Herrera goes from being the DH to the second baseman. Pedroia comes out of the game here for Boston. And here is Mike Carp. On to pitch here for the Red Sox. As rather than use another reliever, John Farrell going this route. Generally would like to stay away from using a position player to pitch, but this type of situation, rather than use another reliever, he's going to go with Mike Carp, hopefully to get through the 9th inning.
And Carp has a fastball. We saw him throw a knuckleball. It looked like when he was warming up. This might be it right here.
Mark Teixeira to lead it off here in the 9th inning. Teixeira homered back in the 3rd inning. Solo shot. As he takes strike one.
There's the knuckler right there at 65 miles an hour. Fastball at 80 for Carp.
Fouled off to the left.
Another look at the second knuckleball.
1-2 pitch.
Yeah, straights him up with a fastball inside after a couple of knuckleballs away and doesn't get the call.
Ball 4 and he walks to Shera. Move things off here in the 9th inning. So lead runner on here for New York in the 9th, and Brian McCann coming up. Red Sox in a shift on the right side of the infield here on McCann. Only Bogarts on the left side. And a ground ball to Bogarts. Chance for 2. The second for 1 on to first, and it is in time. They turn it. That goes 6-5 to 3. As Holt had to come over to cover the bag at second in the shift.
Nicely done. Fastball away from Carp and the ground ball into the shift. Bogart's going to his right, gives a nice feed to Brock Holt, who turns it over at first base. Very close play at first base, but Carp gets a double play.
2 down in the inning for Brett Gardner. Yankees have 14 hits. Gardner does not have one tonight. Missing outside for ball 2, 2-0. Back-to-back knuckleballs.
Yeah, that one might have danced more than all of them right there, but not in the strike zone.
That's a strike, and it's 2-1.
That's the last knuckleball that he threw. That was a pretty good one, but not in the strike zone.
Outside for ball 3. Ryan Roberts waiting on deck. 2 down in the 9th. Line down the right field line, foul. Yankees closer is up right now. Robertson looking to get some work, apparently. Maybe on for the bottom of the 9th. After a couple of innings from Adam Warren. 3-2 pitch. Jumping out of the way, or did he get out of the way? It was Gardner. So down to first base he goes. The walk for Brett Gardner. Second walk allowed by Carp. Roberts, who had 2 hits in the game tonight, both singles. Scored 4 times in this game. And is ahead 2-0. There's a strike right at the top of the zone. 2-1. Another strike. 2-2.
Knuckleball again from Carp.
Down and in, full count. Crowd getting into this outing for Mike Carp. Three-two pitch. Fouled off to the left out of play.
83 that time. That's the hardest fastball that Carp has featured so far.
John Herbis, Solarte waiting on deck. Outside, ball 4, and Roberts down to first base. Third walk given up by Carp here in the inning. 2 on, 2 down, and Solarte coming up. Ball 1. Two and 0. And David Ross out to talk to Carp.
He's got underneath a few of those fastballs recently.
Close but call, ball 3.
Carp wanted that bad.
And ball 4 loads the bases. The 4th walk of the inning given up by Carp. Jacoby Ellsbury coming up. It's already been a 3-hit night for Ellsbury. He's driven in 2 runs. His 6th at bat of the night. Fouls it back, jumping on that first pitch. It's actually Ellsbury's 7th at bat of the night. From the top spot in the Yankees order. Two and 1.
Carp getting very frustrated now at these non-strike calls. Knuckleball looks like it picked up the inside corner.
Outside for ball 3. Ellsbury takes the strike, gets the bad news from Phil Cuzzy. Appeared to be high, but he called it a strike this time. Ball 4, and he walks in a run. The Yankees will get their 14th run of the game on the 5th walk allowed by Carp in this inning. As Gardner is in. Bases loaded again for Derek Jeter, who's going to be hit for here as Kelly Johnson bats in his spot. Johnson, who made a start last night at third base. Takes strike 1. up foul, 0-2. Two. Popped up foul, out of play. Remains 1-2. Roberts at third base, Solarte at second, Ellsbury at first. Popped up foul again. That walk with the bases loaded, Ellsbury picks up another RBI, so 3 RBI night also for Ellsbury. Yankees are bagged out 14 runs on 14 hits. Two and two. Well, this one gets away to the backstop, but everybody's going to stay where they're at.
And that one apparently slipped off a knuckle. Just a little bit outside.
Popped up. Ross has got a play, discards the mask, and makes the catch. So the Yankees get a run to the top of the ninth, lead at 14-5. Top half of the ninth inning, have a 14-5 lead as we head to the bottom of the ninth. Now Mike Carp last inning, the position player coming on for the Red Sox, featured a knuckleball and a fastball, and then able to induce a double play, turned nicely by the Red Sox. Walk to Jacoby Ellsbury, the bases loaded, drove in a run as Gardner scored. And then he was able to get Kelly Johnson, the pinch hitter, to foul out to David Ross. So one run allowed by Carp. Yankees closer David Robertson into the game here for New York to get some work at the bottom of the 9th inning. 4th appearance. Not giving up a run, but save opportunities was 2 for 2. And Robertson activated from the DL. Reinstated prior to Tuesday's game against Boston. Had gone on the DL, the left groin strain. Missed 13 total games. Getting some work here as Shane Victorino leads it off in the bottom of the 9th inning. Victorino on his return to the Red Sox lineup. First game of the year, doubled back in the 3rd inning and scored. Jonathan Herrera waiting on deck, and then Mike Napoli expected here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Swing and a miss as Victorino got fooled. 1-2. Ground ball foul. Down low, 2-2. On the ground left side. Johnson at first for the out, and retired at first is Victorino. Kelly Johnson stayed in the game and is now at 3rd base after he had pinch hit. Solarte moves from 3rd base to shortstop after Derek Jeter had been hit for. Brian McCann now at first base, moving from behind the dish to first. There's strike 1 to Jonathan Herrera. And John Ryan Murphy now catching for New York. 0-1 fouled off at the plate. 0-2. Herrera pinch hit for David Ortiz in the 7th and walked. He would also score. In the air to right center field. Jacoby Ellsbury tracks it and makes the catch for the 2nd out of the 9th. Two down for Mike Napoli. Mike does not have a hit tonight. He's grounded out twice, struck out and walked. Red Sox have been held to 4 hits in the game tonight. Yankees out hitting them 14-4 and on top 14-5. Adam Warren ended up going an inning and 2/3 of relief. He allowed a hit and had a strikeout. Napoli grounds one left side. Solarte can't get it, but Roberts does, and his throw is in time to end the ball game as the Yankees run a shift on the left side as New York able to take 2 out of 3 from the Red Sox. They down the Red Sox tonight. 14-5 is the final score. And a tough night for the Red Sox. A very good series for Jacoby Ellsbury returns to Fenway Park. Well, Tom, this was kind of a downer tonight from Fenway as the Red Sox wrap up on a tough note.